it's like everyone has a different story, and it's like we all kind of have our own plan A, and then I don't know, somebody above or whatever decides what we're really going to do, and we go to plan B. And so don't fight that. Just kind of go with how your life is going is probably the right way it's going. Okay. So let go of some of those hard, fast ideas sometimes that we have when we're younger or whatever. But my story is, I went to all Catholic schools, right or wrong or whatever, growing up. Went to the University of St. Thomas, the U of M undergrad at St. Thomas. The adaptive license and master's degree was with Dr. Burton when he was with us at the University of Minnesota. Um, so what happened was I was an athlete, believe it or not, into cross country, track and field and stuff. And so that's where my passion was. And it's like, whatever you do in life, find your passion, because you'll never work a day in your life if you're doing what you love. And so that's really important. And so I was into coaching and stuff, and had the opportunity to coach at what's Totino Grace High School out here, St. Paul Academy Summit Schools, and ultimately ended up coaching with Joe Sweeney at University of St. Thomas. And he said to me one day, he says, "Chris, you know what? You're really good at this. You have to go get your license, teaching license." And I go, "All right, well, that's Joe Sweeney. I mean, he's telling me I'm going to go do this." So I go get my teaching license and stuff, and it's all good. And of course, then I start working at Northeast Metro 916. And of course, it's an elementary, school. And so your hours are till like 3 in the afternoon. And so you really can't coach at the college level when you're working your first job at 3 in the afternoon. But you know what? That's what I say about kind of going with the plan. It's all good. And, I was real fortunate that, I got to do my understudy with Don Glover, who was teacher of the year, the only teacher of the year. Glover? Glover is marvelous. He's fabulous. And, I could probably go a lot of different ways in the conversation, but as long as we're talking about it, so I don't forget, you're going to talk about your philosophy, and your philosophy is a real personal thing. And you can see with like Don Glover, his philosophy is very much a cooperative, not a competitive type gym class. And with so many of our special needs kids and stuff, all they've experienced is negatives and losing. And so I would embrace the whole idea that you orientate yourself towards a cooperative gym class where it win-wins, where teamwork, where problem solving, where we're working together, because we kind of have a lot of divisiveness in this world right now. And so take a good point or a long kind of look at yourself and go, what is my philosophy? And the philosophy thing kind of, and I might jump around a little bit, but the Don Glover got me on the wrong track here. Okay, so I'm going to blame it on him. All right, but there are a few books out there or authors that are really worth reading, and one of them is Parker Palmer. And if you write down Parker Palmer, it'll be worth your time. He wrote books on like the courage to teach, and it does take a lot of courage. Sometimes it's the only thing you need, or it's necessary, is to have the courage to show up every day. But in his Courage to Teach, he talks a lot about we teach who we are, and so I would encourage you to read any of his books, the Parker Palmer books. The other book is, you have to be resilient to be a teacher. They're going to throw 10 classes at you a day. You've got to be spot on. You've got to be, operating at like 90% or better. And so it takes a lot of resilience. And the other book I would say that's really worth reading is called Onward. And the book is all about resilience in teaching, because it's sad I see a lot of teachers come on in, but the reality is they talk about 40% of them, 50% of them after 5 years have left the profession. And we hate to see that. It's a tremendous amount of investment in there. And having some of those supports as far as knowing what your philosophy is, understanding what the principles that Parker Palmer talks about, and the onward resilience will serve you well. And the other thing you really want to know too is River Falls will do a great job preparing you for your work. And some of the best things they will do is probably teaching you, specific, whether you learn how to do the Brunix or the test of gross motor development and all those, things. But understand that once you get into an organization or a school, your resume will get you your job, but your human relations skills will keep your job. And so building those positive relationships with your cohorts, with your administration, and everyone will go a long way to a successful long career. Okay. So yeah, I was got to the Division III track and field level, and Sweeney says you got to go get a license, and so that's what I did. And so I started at Northeast 16. We serve 13 component school districts within this whole metro area. We have, like you say, 120 students just in our one building. And if you really want a terrific, experience as far as seeing the wide parameters of abilities and disabilities, from autism spectrum disorder all the way to the emotional behavior level 5 kids, our school's a great place to come. The other thing I think prepared me well was the idea of atypical kids. And I was fortunate also to work at Shriners Hospital for children. And there's an unbelievable wide parameter of disabilities, from leg perthes to spine issues to spina bifida to cerebral palsy. And you are going to get those kids. You're going to get a lot of those kids. And so I don't know if in your teacher, practicum of education, whether you ever have an opportunity to spend time at Gillette Children's or Shriners, that they opened up a new facility at Egan. But anywhere you can get experience with atypical kids and their needs will help you a lot. But so anyway, let's see where how did I get to where I was? So yeah, so I basically coached at the high school level, coached at the college level. The other experience I have is I got involved with politics, and so that's good and bad these days. But in my local city here, I've been a city charter member for over 20 years, a planning and zoning board. I'm now a city council member here in Lino Lakes or whatever. And, to me, the mission is always the same. It's like whether I'm teaching a class or coaching a team or being a leader in a city, it's all about, making positive change in people's lives. And you can do that on a lot of different levels. And, in your own life, think about different ways that you can give, because life's not about you. I'm sorry. It's about giving. And so that's the only way we really ever get anything. And so teach with your head, teach with your heart, find ways to give back if you possibly can on many levels. But I'll be quiet and ask me no more questions.
That's awesome. No, I really we were able to take away so much from what you just said, and it's amazing.
Well, no, go ahead.
Okay. So how did you get to Carner Blue? Or and how many years have you been teaching there?
Like I said, I worked for 916 for 30 years now. And in that 30 years, probably worked 10 different programs from elementary to age 21. And in those 10 years, probably had 30 different managers and stuff. And so when they opened up their their baby, let's say Carner Blue, the new school, which is an absolutely tremendous school with its breakout spaces and the facilities itself. You had to apply or whatever to get in there. So only the golden people got in there. Well, to be honest, I didn't apply. They just said, Leiden, you're going over there. And it's just the way it works sometimes. So, and really, be flexible once you're working for a school district, because honestly, like I said, 10 different schools, all within that school district, 30 different managers. They will all do things differently. So you have to be kind of flexible in your thinking. It's just the way it is. It's even when you get down to IEP paperwork that you think should be really pretty standard and that there's one way to do it and do it right, you'll find that every school does it different. You'll find differences between how teachers want their information, provided to them. So build those relationships again, and all of you will be creative and be flexible. Poor Maria, she's the only one that gets to ask questions.
If anybody has something come up, they can ask too. So you said that you had the chance to work at that Shriners Hospital. Is that what kind of sparked your interest to work with children with severe needs?
Well, you know what? I graduated from high school and all my friends were going to be doctors. I said, oh, well, why not me? And then I looked and said, you're not doctor material. But so we all started working at the hospitals, and I will tell you, you don't appreciate it at the time, but the individuals, the people, the mission, the patients that I met at Shriners were incredible people, just incredible people. And, it almost doesn't matter what you do in life if you're doing it with the right people. You don't mind doing anything. If you're working with a good team, you don't care what you're exactly doing and stuff. So, but the Shriners thing, yeah. So I said, well, I'm not a doctor, but I can maybe be a physical therapist, right? So you apply for that at the University of Minnesota, and you go, oh, wait a minute, they're only taking 30 people out of how many applicants? So that didn't work out right. So, but I do cherish my time at Shriners. And again, anytime you can have anytime you can have experience with, kids with disabilities, whether you work with Special Olympics or some of the adapted athletic programs the high schools offer, get involved with that. It's just a tremendous opportunity. It's, how can I say it? I don't know, maybe I can try to share this on a screen. This could be scary, but you have to see. That's why I like working with you guys. You guys know this technology. You know Twitter. You know all this stuff. But one of the things that's really kind of, you have to have a tremendous amount of empathy for these parents, and to have empathy, you kind of have to understand where they're coming from when you come to an IEP meeting. And really, this thing I'll try to put up here, present or whatever, is simply a poem called Holland, but it's worth reading and understanding so that when you go into an IEP meeting, you can feel where they're at and that communication can flow, side to side. Let me see if I can put this on here. Let me see if I can do this.
There's a little box with an arrow in it that says present now.
She knows who she's dealing with, doesn't she?
I'm just trying to help you out. I'm excited to see your poem.
Let me see if I can do this. Can you see that or no?
No.
Okay, hold on. long as I don't push the...
Yeah, I accidentally pressed the hang up button instead of the mute microphone.
Is it called Welcome to Holland? Is that the name of the poem? Welcome to Holland?
Yes. Can you put it in?
Yep, I just pulled it up on Google.
Okay. If you take a minute to read that, that might be more worthwhile than actually listening to me.
Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay.
It's perfect. But understand this is where your parents are coming from.
Are we good?
Okay. We literally have 4 full-time social workers that is their job. And they're tremendous people, but I don't have their resources like they have their resources. But know that those people exist and can be very helpful because, your question of the social workers, yeah, that's a social work type question of getting, people to kind of accept where they're at and find resources to move forward. But yeah, we actually have, I loved your one question here. I want to send it to my administration saying, wait, you got 120 kids and you only adapt to five teacher there. I want to slip that to my administration because I'm sitting there working in a school where they got 4 social workers who are doing direct time, like I'm doing direct time. But anyway, my wine's done.
Yeah, and I noticed that, I was looking through the website and they talked about, the math and the literacy and things like that, but they didn't give any, credit or, it didn't have an info section for the DAPE program at your school.
Yeah, isn't that amazing? I'm working on that.
Okay.
No, you know what? It's... All right, politically I have to say this correctly, right? Okay. All right, every school kind of has their own philosophy. Mm-hmm. Understand that, I'm sorry, Adaptify Ed, it's the tail, and the tail doesn't wag the dog, let's say. And so at a level 4 school, a school can choose to move away from the mandates of IDEA, and they can kind of do whatever program they kind of want. And so, right or wrong, our school has invested itself heavily in, you can see social workers, mental health workers, which is important, and the base. And so they've chosen to write the program that way. And so you may feel it's unjust, you may feel it's unfair or whatever, but bottom line is you're not making those decisions. School administrators are making those decisions. And you could be the tail that tries to wag the dog, but choose to put your energies in a more positive way is what I'd say. And understand, too, that those philosophies and directions that schools take, it can be like a wheel. It can kind of go around. Just be patient. I focus on, the gym and the kids I serve. It's kind of it's not ironic. It's just the way it is. When you're the gym teacher, you're the only gym teacher. And very often you will feel like you're kind of an island on yourself. As long as you like yourself, you're in good company, okay? So, but it's not like you're a math teacher or an English teacher where there's several of them in the school and stuff that kind of network closely. Get used to the idea that you kind of are an island. You are kind of the only expert in that field, and it's okay. Now, when I talk about the emphasis of a program, for instance, they push literacy, they push math this year. You will actually be part of a team, and they'll include you. At least they have a team as far as teaching literacy and math. And can you imagine? You have all the responsibilities to do all the gym stuff, and then they're going to want you to do math and literacy. So how do you put that in there? Yeah, Kristen, I'm with you on this. But so you do get creative. And so, I will, kids will come in the gym, they'll automatically do laps, running, dance, whatever for their warm up or whatever. Try to get them moving right away, because then when you group them, they're much more likely to listen better. And keep in mind that you're on the EBD continuum of kids. You're much better having them line up on a line. And if you have a high flyer, let's say, put the high flyer on the end of that group line, and then put your additional staff next to that high flyer so you can be a little proactive, let's say. But with the autistic and the autism kids, you're much better grouping in a circle, because those are visual learners, and they will, see what's going across happening in that circle. Now, piggybacking back onto the math and the literacy is, after they've done their warm up and they've grouped either of those couple ways, that's when I would introduce my letter of the day or word of the day. It may be jump, it may be hop, it may be, we do literacy, but we try to relate it in some way to the gym. Mm-hmm. And you can get amazingly creative with this. You can sing songs, you can bring pom-poms, and you go for it, folks. Have fun. The other thing too about this is, keep in mind, if the adults in the gym aren't having fun, believe me, the kids aren't having fun either. And so I always say that gym's like a 3-letter word, but you spell it F-U-N, so you gotta, and enthusiasm. Nothing great's ever been achieved in life. Hold on. Nothing ever been achieved in life, without enthusiasm. So bring that enthusiasm. And, with our special needs kids, try to meet them. We come in kind of with the script of, this is the lesson plan. We're going to teach the overhand throw, and there's 5 steps into the overhand throw, and, and all this. And it's like, sometimes with, level 4 kids that we have, you kind of have to just meet the kid where he's at that moment. And, if that means you have to put a Scooby-Doo hat on and do your best Scooby-Doo, impersonation to get them engaged. That's what you do, because to me, it's like the relationship you can establish with those kids is the conduit by which everything else is going to happen. It's like you can have this great plan, and it can be like this bus, but if you don't have a relationship, that bus doesn't have wheels, and it ain't going anywhere, folks. Establishing a relationship with the kids is actually your primary and focus, actually, before you even start working on specific goals. You kind of have to go at these kids, not so frontal, especially with your Asperger, autism kids. Because if you come at them like this, it's almost like putting poles of a magnet together, two pod poles, and you kind of push them away. It's kind of like you have to kind of tuck in behind them and meet them where they are at that moment and be creative about it to begin with. So, and the other thing about teaching guys, don't make this mistake. Come in there with high expectations. Be kind of tougher than you want to be, because you can always slide or get easier. But I see a lot of teachers fail because they come on in, they want to be their best friend, and they start with low expectations, and then they try to move up to higher expectations. That don't work, folks. Don't do that. Come in there with high expectations and hold them to that bar. I'm sorry, I kind of forgot where we were at. Keep going.
No, that's awesome. So, with children getting admitted into this school, what is the process for meeting certain criteria or not meeting criteria?
Maria, like I said, we have like 13 component school districts that feed into our entity, the 916, and we run programs from autism programs to physical disabled kind of programs to more of the emotional behavioral disorder program. And basically, our kids are kids that the component school districts are not capable of serving well. And so that most school districts have like probably level 3 programs. Not all of them will have the level 4 type programs. So, in one way you could say, well, we get the cream of the crop or whatever. It's like, I've been doing this for 30 years and the kids don't get any easier, I'll tell you that. So we usually have waiting lists from these component school districts of students who, maybe they're violent, maybe they have other health issues beyond what their school district can serve. And so it's a booming business. You will have a job. And, the autism piece is kind of a tough piece, because there's a lot of educators think that you can go and you'll every once in a while run into somebody that thinks they're going to fix the autism thing. But, what we can do is we can give them the skills and the supports and stuff. But medically is where the answer to the whole autism piece will come, if it ever does come. But, speaking of that, this. Just keep in mind that visuals are so important to the Asperger, the autism spectrum disorder kids. You can talk to them till you're blue in the face and it's just white noise to them. Have somebody or we have like board maker, and so like for instance, if we have a kid that's getting escalated in class, I have a spot in gym where they can take a break. They can request a break. And it's kind of a soft, comfy chair in the gym. And they'll go sit in that chair. And then a staff will probably say nothing to them. They'll just kind of hand them like a visual like this. And we'll practice doing deep breaths, leg rubs, hand rub, head rubs. But self-regulation is so it's such a big issue in our kids' needs that provide visuals for that. And the other thing we do too is we have some like autism specialists and stuff, and they'll literally make up visuals like this for our autism spectrum kids. And it's a social story, basically, is what they call them. And it says changes are okay. And then we'll literally spend time, reading through these, and we'll probably have to read through them 3-4 times a day with some of our students who will have trouble with changes, or this one's called unexpected things happen, and how you deal with them. Because if you give them those tools, then hopefully you can avoid meltdowns, significant issues. So, but I forget what we were talking about. What were we talking about?
I have a question. What are your wait lists like? Like, are they hundreds of people long? Are they?
Oh, the wait list for students?
Yeah.
I always have a feeling that at Carter Blue, we always have probably 4 or 5 kids waiting to come on in. And in the course of a year, we may have 10, 15 kids transition out back to their home districts to a lower level of support. But it always seems like there's always a half dozen kind of coming in and going out. Like to see more go out. Some of our kids have significant delays and stuff, and some of those kids I've seen stay with May 16 throughout their whole education. So after they graduate, let's say from ours, they usually go to South Campus, White Bear, the high school.
Okay. And I learned a little bit about kind of your programming. You said you have 120 students, and how often does it vary how often you see them? A lot of the classes that I saw Alex doing were group classes. How does your kind of like schedule get put together?
Well, I'm glad you asked that, Kristen, because will you go talk to my administration about this? Because it's a real struggle, and it's a struggle for me on a couple levels. I would love to have an adaptified program where you would literally pull out individual kids to work on individual goals. Wouldn't that be most appropriate and appreciated by everyone? But right now, yes, and Alex was wonderful. I hope he found a job. But no, now they're, I got to be nice when I say this, right? But yeah, you'll have teachers who have like 6 kids in a class, but they'll expect you to take 2 classes at a time in a gym environment, which I don't know if they really understand, Kristen, how hard that is for our kids. Because, I say gym should be fun, but gym has not always been fun for these kids. I mean, they've not been successful. They lack the physical skills. They lack the cognition. They lack the social, the play skills. You put them inside of a gym with twice as many kids, and just the acoustics of the sensory overload of gym can be, difficult for these kids. And so those are the challenges. But right now it's pretty much two classes at a time. And it does change what you can safely, do. We always talk about gym. First important thing is safety. Second thing is safety. Third thing is safety. Well, they opened up this gym, and I got 2 eyes to watch 4 doors to see who's running out the door, because acoustically they can't handle it, So it is challenging, and I've been advocating for another teacher, and we'll see what administration they respond. But and it's not even for me. It's like, to me, it's like, no, these kids deserve more, and I'm going to advocate for them. Whatever decision they make, I'm not going to take it personally. Sam, what's your question? You're sitting there. Come on. I know you got a question, Sam.
Oh, I just wanted to apologize for being late. I was on the wrong technology this morning, so
Okay.
Sorry about that. And I'm really appreciating your positivity and your enthusiasm of the teaching profession. It's clear that I'm sure your students appreciate it too. So.
Oh, funny.
So my next question, Sam, you can go if you have a question.
No, I was just gonna say I don't think I have any questions off the top of my head. So.
Okay. My next question is if you've ever been involved with Special Olympics or if you kind of know about the program.
Yeah, Maria, they have like an adapted athletic association here in the Twin Cities where that it's not Special Olympics, but I like in the sense that it's a year-long, programs that are run, whether it's floor hockey or softball or track. Now, yeah, I've done the Special Olympic thing, and I'm not going to say it's a bad thing. We were the Otter Lake Streaks, and it was fun or whatever. The only caution I have about Special Olympics is it's a commitment as far as time and the paperwork end of it. It's a little bit of that. So if you don't mind going through that, then participating in it is a good thing. Any opportunity of our kids having any of that extracurricular sports is wonderful for our kids. So, but be ready to do a little more paperwork than you thought it would be.
Maria, let's do like 3 more minutes.
The thing about that too is, anytime you can get kids outside of the regular school environment and interact with them on a different level is good. I mean, I always enjoyed, we'd go to like Curd Center, therapeutic pool or whatever. And it's nice to get the staff interacting with the kids in that different environment. And Special Olympics and extracurricular sports offers that. And I think there are real positives to be had for that. So do it, but just be ready for paperwork.
Maria, let's try to wrap up. So we're ready we have another interview after you, Chris.
I'm sure it'll be better. I'm just a warm up for the main course.
No, you're doing great. Maria, is there anything left on your list that you wanted to add or something from the group? You had quite a list.
I think with everything going on, I just want to know what your feelings are like with hybrid learning, because I know you mentioned you're doing some of that this year, and like just the challenges of that and how you've handled it.
Oh, you know what, Maria? The best thing is all these challenges as far as distance learning, hybrid, they make you work outside your comfort zone. And in the end, we may whine and cry about it a lot and kick our feet a little, but it's making you become a better teacher in the long run. It's going to give you skills and stuff. And so look at it as an opportunity. But yeah, we're working through the hybrid thing. We do all kinds of weird things at home. Like, we're going to throw the dice up. We're going to run. We're going to laps. We're going to do our deep breathing with, visuals like this, and you can get really creative and it can be fun. And so, embrace it, and it's like at one point I'm sitting there putting on my scuba equipment because we're going to, swim through the snow or whatever. And you have your little visuals, like this, it's like, but yeah, I'm sorry. I'll just be quiet. You go on to somebody good now.
No, we appreciate everything that you've been able to share with us. That's awesome.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate being here.
Yes, thank you, Chris. Hopefully we can have some more, in the future. I know we talked about when restrictions are released from COVID, getting more kids in to see your environment and experience your students is, kind of my ultimate goal. But this suffices for now, considering the circumstances. So thank you.
We're all on Plan B. All right. Well, thank you very, very much. Please reach out anytime.
Thank you, Chris.
All right. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
I love that guy.
His disposition definitely sticks out, right? And you think about the type of environment that he's working in, and that type of disposition that he has is a must. Like, you gotta be someone that's gonna be able to roll with the punches, who is not gonna let your feathers get ruffled too much, who understands the position that you're in, and seems like he focuses on like what he can control, right? Like, I can control the kids that are in my gym when they're in my gym for the time that they're in my gym. Like, that's all he's been dealt. I think a really challenging hand and position, but he manages it, right? And and I think it's attributed to his disposition. So I don't know what things stick out to you with his disposition that suit him for the role that he's in.
I can tell the love he has for his students, which is, again, it's one thing that you have to have with this population of students. But I think that just radiates that positivity as well, too.
He appreciates the challenges that they have too, right? Like that's what he loves about them. He gets that that's who they are, and he doesn't get mad at them for it. Just like he doesn't take it personal when they won't hire him another teacher. That's like just kind of his disposition all around. But it's also reflected back on how he feels about his students. That's cool. Like, he's not going to take it personal when they don't want to cooperate with what he has to do.
He's so enthusiastic. And I think he said that nothing great is ever accomplished without enthusiasm. And you can tell that he lives by that for sure.
And he's so like mellow and calm and cool. And I think that is another kind of key piece to like being able to handle things that happen and everything.
That would be something that I would have to work on if I was in his job, because I get so excited that control, watching him and observing that sort of even keel disposition and how that's especially important for the population that he serves. I think is super important, but then also being able to switch it on, his enthusiasm on in a different way by getting into scuba gear or wearing a Scooby-Doo hat or, kind of enjoying enthusiasm in not just a hyper way, but an engaging way.
I was going to say how, no matter what his students' disabilities are, he has high expectations for them.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Never underestimate them, right? They're going to only achieve as high as you set the bar, right? And the idea that the bar can always be adjusted, but I think that's a super important thing to think about. What did you think about his Holland poem?
It was really
I liked it.
Mm-hmm.
It really put into perspective,
mm-hmm.
The parents, how they're feeling throughout this.
Yeah, I think, and becoming a parent myself kind of helped me always start to be able to have the lens or vision of a parent. And so until you're a parent, any stories like that or things that can help you empathize and understand where parents are coming from is going to help you connect to the parents better and then ultimately be able to connect to your student better. So I think that's a super important piece. I also like this theme was continuously reoccurring, and he didn't say it just like this, but the idea of like trusting the journey. Thoughts on that?
I think that was really like beneficial just because like my personality, I'm always like, I have to do this, I have to do this, I have to do this. But like just remembering to take a step back and remember like it's gonna work out. It like whatever happens for a reason is really, really nice to hear and remember.
Mm-hmm.
I think that also speaks to his disposition as well. Just go with the flow. He had an idea for what he wanted to do, but it didn't work out. And I mean, that helps me. It reminds me that, life goes the way it goes. You just got to get on board and be happy with it.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I think that's super important. This isn't like a position I had envisioned for myself when I was your age, right? Like, and I've had 6 jobs since then. And if I was Maria, right? Like, I'm just like you, like, this is where I want to teach. This is the type of school I want to teach in. This is the grade level that I wanted to teach. Like, I had a vision, right? And I don't think visions are bad, but the idea that like being accepting of the path that's laid out for you and making the best of the situations that you're put in, I think is, and seeking out those opportunities, I think is super important. I'm sure Chris could have left Carnegie Blue by now, but the idea that he was just put into that position and then he ended up kind of staying there, I think is kind of unique. I wish he would have spoke more to that. Because I have heard of some of his like feelings and challenges, and like everybody in their job, like he kind of, I think, goes like this sometimes. But he ultimately he stays. Like he doesn't leave from year to year. I come back and he's still there. And so like there is things that are amidst the challenges that kind of gear you towards where you maybe should be. I don't know if you believe in that kind of thing.
I really appreciated his outlook on the hiring of another teacher. Like, I feel like he could have been kind of bitter about it, or been like, it's kind of screwing me over as the only adapted teacher here. But instead, he was like, it's more about the students than anything else, and they're the ones who are being negatively affected by this. And that he like made it not about himself at all, which I thought was pretty cool.
Yeah, he's so humble. Like just within any of the questions, he's like, oh, you don't want to hear about me, oh, I'm just the opener. Like so humble.
Yeah, he and I learned a lot about Alex. Met with me quite a few times when he was doing his practicum with him, but the idea that he always has the students in mind, Sam, he gets pulled constantly, like on his preps or his breaks, he basically doesn't have them, because if a student like has a burst out or can't make his class, a teacher will ask for him to like reschedule during a different time or during his preps, and he really like, as much as hard as that is on him, he does it, I think, for the students. And Alex was super impressed by that. Always putting the students first is something that's, continuously reinforced in like what he does and how he teaches. His teaching environment is, 12 adaptive kids in one class with no needs that match in any way, right? Like it would be one thing if they put 12 kids in a class who have very similar needs and similar goals. It is like a gamut that you could not believe, from students that can't walk to students that are autistic to students that have severe health concerns and a ball can't hit them. It's like, wait, what?
How do you design a unit or a curriculum around that idea?
What I pretty much got from Alex is that it's a day by day sort of thing. There isn't really a curriculum. And that's not something that's necessarily even emphasized at the school that he's at. And so that was sort of like a little bit challenging for Alex, because he didn't really know, like, well, what should I plan? He was trying to plan lessons for. It's like, well, we just kind of like we're figuring things out sort of from day to day based off of what happened the day before, because any long-term planning is really challenging to do. So there was a lot of like individualized things. There was roller skating was something that they kind of had in their curriculum, like things that were done more individually, it seemed like. And it was sometimes like it was everybody had the same equipment, but they were doing different things with a beanbag. One student was tossing and catching, one student was throwing it against the walls, one student, it was just yes, it was super interesting. So like I said, you got to have a certain personality to be put in that type of position. Okay, I got nothing else to say. Let's take a break. Kelsey, you're at 11:15 and we're on Zoom.
Yes.
And I think Zoom kicks us off at, what is the time limit again?
I think it's an hour.
I think it's 40 minutes. Yeah, I was going to say, I think it's less than an hour. So let's just be conscious of that and make sure we end before, like, just making sure we set that as our break time. Or even like 11:35, Kelsey, so that we have 5 minutes to wrap up and then move. Allison's not very long-winded.
Okay.
So maybe
I kind of know her because her husband was my assistant principal.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. So I kind of figured that. So
yeah. So you might have to ask a lot more questions, FYI.
Okay.
Because her responses are going to be like 2 minutes and to the point.
All right.
Okay. And if we finish early, we finish early. No big deal. Don't make her feel bad about it or anything.
Okay.
Okay. All right. We'll see you guys in a little bit.
All right.
Bye.
Verified. Press 1 now so we can verify your business with Google.
I don't know. We're in charge.
Is anyone coming over?
I don't know because I bet it sounds like they're staying in the hospital, but Allie's coming home tonight.
Well, do you want to just order from?
Oh yeah, I remember we made a plan. We were gonna have noodles and order from Junior's.
Well, we have chicken for lunch. Maybe I'll throw in some cheese bread then. But Cam's gonna want noodles for lunch. But will he eat cheese bread? Will he eat cheese bread? All right, cheese bread and chicken.
Yeah.
Is Cam eating over here for supper though? You think?
Yeah. Okay, Keely. You're so crazy.
So I told Matt I'm just going to pick up the phone and start calling hospitals.
All right, I gotta go to a meeting. You know what? I was just thinking she has a snow day today too.
Oh.
I wonder if her schedule's off because yeah, I'm not sure.
I will email her quick.
Okay. This is a way clearer platform. Google Meets was really fuzzy. Was it for you guys too?
It was.
I'm like, whoa, maybe I should I can see myself clear, which is kind of scary. I'll back up a little bit. My daughter's trying to dye her hair pink right now.
With what?
How's that going?
Well, she's sort of, the neighbor girls brought it over. So there's a partial mess going on. I don't know.
So if we just hear loud screams from the background,
I'm like, just don't touch anything. Like, it's gonna be a mess. There will be a lot of like whispering because there's gonna be pink hair dye everywhere.
But when they're done, you're not gonna match them.
And he's like, well, I want to either dye my hair pink or shave this half of my head. I'm like, okay. I see what type of vibe you're liking to send. I don't know. Apparently that's the rage, though. Like dyeing hair, colors, extreme colors. Charlie D'Amelio, they keep telling me about, does.
Oh.
I don't know.
I think that's the makeup dude.
Okay. It's a dude? I thought it was a girl.
Okay, maybe it's the wrong person.
I don't know. It could be. Maybe they don't know.
Oh, no, it's a girl.
Okay.
You're right.
I do have
Okay.
8 snowmen outside, though. They look pretty cute.
Oh, sorry, Kelsey, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I want to go build a snowman. I haven't done that in years.
It's
It
like
is
the
perfect snow to do it.
Mm-hmm.
I was just shoveling and I like hit Mosby with a snowball to mess around and he yelled. So I was like, oh, that's too packy for him, I guess.
Yeah. And I think every single one of my hats is out there. And like, we have no carrots left.
That's awesome.
Yeah. I'm thinking she's a no-show.
Okay.
Could we do what we're going to do after John's interview right now?
Yeah, let's do that now. Okay, let me do the Google Doc. Or actually, we don't need that yet. Let's just talk. Did I lose it? Oh. Okay. So, tell me right now, where are you guys at on writing assessment reports? Are we feeling like, nah, that should be pretty okay?
As far as like how far are we or how we feel about it?
How you like can you do it? Like your ability to do it. Okay.
I kind of followed what the example you had on for the assessment report. But I don't know, what's the difference between that and the IEP assignment? I guess I haven't looked into that.
So the IEP assignment is writing the IEP goals, like short-term or long-term goals, and then I think it has the indication for short-term goals underneath it.
And so that was included in the assessment report too. In the example anyways, it said like the PLEP and then 2 long-term goals and 2 short-term goals.
Let me look.
I can we can retype them up or make them different, but
no, I thought there was something that was different.
know the PDF that you have attached to the IEP has like the real form that you would fill out.
Yeah. Okay, and you included that already in the PLEP. I think usually what we did, now I'm remembering, is that students used they had practice using the district's IEP form that they got from their cooperating teacher. So everyone's actually looked different. And so we don't have IEP forms. What I could do is pull up this assignment from past students who have a workable form. I think the idea is, so when I look at like licensure requirements, you have to have like a certain, we're supposed to like document practice attempts using writing IEP forms. Okay, so I think this one is editable. Okay, I'm gonna have to do some work on this, but I think what I'll end up doing is just uploading past IEP forms that you can edit. See, this one's gonna end up being other.
And you just want us to like make up information, because the one that I'm looking at now says like, is it an initial IEP or a continuing IEP? Just some like formal information about.
Yeah, because they just use like a previous IEP, like they worked on an actual student's IEP. You know what I mean? So they had all that information. Like they're documenting like dates that were. Yeah, I don't know. Now this is like a PDF as I'm downloading it, uneditable. Um, hmm. All right, I'm gonna have to work on how to make these editable for you guys to be able to fill in the information that you do have. I don't think it's appropriate to like make up information. That's not really going to help. I guess the most important thing is that we establish goals, short term, and then you typically like, let me share forms, show with you, share screens with you. Wait, can we do that in this format? Zoom, how do I share screens? Screen share, host disabled, attendee screen sharing.
Oh yeah, I've had that issue before on Zoom. I think it's something with the initial setup. So I don't know if you'll be able to. Unless we want to hop on Teams quick.
You should be able to now. I made you the host.
Okay. Perfect. Okay, so so like this one, things that you would start to notice is like the dates of a revision. Like this part was all left blank because that was individual. Here's where like the plot would go. Like, so you write that clinical report and then that information goes into this IEP here. The actual test results go in here. And maybe this is all we need for you guys to see an IEP. I don't know. Is this something that you're familiar with? Like these types of forms?
No.
Okay. So like this is the students, all their general education information goes into this form as well. This is where the other teachers would be writing their IEP goals for the students. And then there's the part where the PE comes in. So this is the PE or the DAPE. So this is the part that I was kind of looking for you to gain some information on that has a little bit more than what the assessment report had in it. So we talked about like standards that coordinate to the goal and benchmarks. You can use benchmarks for like their present level of performance, not necessarily the grade that they're in. How will the goal be measured? So I liked this one because remember how we kind of talked about how you're writing goals for different domains or behaviors even. So the idea that sometimes you have overlapping goals. So that's why it's kind of nice to see the full IEP. So what are other teachers doing in their classrooms for goals for the student? How could that be mimicked or, again, reinforced in the DAPE classroom? So you'll see here how this one has connection to SPED class, being able to follow 2 prompts. Or 2-step directions with minimal prompting. I like how this form has like dates that they're going to report progress on. So kind of outlining, like with Truvangs, like how do we document progress towards the goal? So then here's where the short-term objectives were written in. They have multiple for the 2 goals. So I think the value of this assignment, and I'm just sort of like thinking on the fly here or on the spot. I'm like so not familiar with how to work Zoom that it's kind of annoying. Stop sharing. Okay. So the idea that like once you create your assessment report, how do you take that information and put it into a student's IEP? Right. And so getting familiar with the form and where the information goes in the boxes is really the purpose of the assignment, as opposed to like creating the information. Does that make sense? Okay. So I'm just trying to figure out like without a workable, or I could ask for somebody's. Maybe that's something I can send an email out to our 3 teachers. Can you send me the editable form for your district's IEP? What do you think about that?
That's fine.
Okay. Maybe, John, that's something that we can even ask in our upcoming interview. Let's just get that out of the way. Maybe he has one that he can send us a link to, and then maybe he could even just, we could ask if he could just walk us through one of his students where he puts the information on their district's form. Does that sound good? Okay, what about writing IEP goals and short-term objectives? How are we feeling on your student based off of your assessment reports?
I'm feeling pretty good. We did, like Kelsey and I did 6 tests yesterday, and I have about 2 to 3 areas that he needs improvement on based on his testing results. So I think that worked out well.
Okay.
I just want to maybe send them to you before I like build my lessons and whatnot.
Okay.
When we write the assessment, that assignment which has the goals and the objectives, could we get feedback on that and then maybe make corrections?
Sure.
Okay.
So let's say that if you want feedback, if you could get it to me by like before noon on Monday, because I'll probably do it in the morning on Monday. And then that way from there, you guys can get your finalized IEP goals to write your lesson plans.
And then you were going to create a shared document. Okay.
Yeah.
And when we're creating our lesson plans, like we're all going to try to hit on each other's IEP goals some way, right? Like that's
Right.
the point.
Right.
Okay.
The fitness stuff, if you have a fitness IEP goal, remember everybody's gonna have their own individualized warm up. So if something's targeted towards that, you would just say like it's being that goal is being met. It'll be the other IEP goal that we'll be looking at, and then afterwards reporting on our progress towards.
And when we're creating our lessons, I know like normally you immediately start with the GLOs and you work backwards from there. But I was looking at the GLOs and I'm thinking maybe more geared toward like middle school GLOs, or do we? Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Because I found like 6th grade ones that seem achievable for like a net and wall game unit. Okay.
So like when we think about the difference between grade level outcomes in middle school and in high school, the high school ones are looking like for which standard were you looking at?
I looked at just the whole like GLOs, well, specific to net and wall, so I could try to develop a unit.
Okay. So in net and wall, you're looking at developing competence in the skills. Given our motor development of our students, like we might not necessarily be achieving, we're not going to achieve competence of a high school level student, right? Competence might actually look more like, striking for accuracy, which starts to get developed in like 5th grade. So we might be working towards a GLO that's closer even to 5th grade for skill development. When we understand like the strategies and tactics of the game, that's somewhat based off of like our cognitive abilities to comprehend and problem solve. And it's like being able to predict in gameplay situations sometimes can be really challenging. So it might be very basic in understanding the very beginning tactics of the game. So that might be closer, right, like you said, to 6th grade or even 5th grade at a very superficial level if we're playing even just one-on-one, depending on even the object that we're playing with. Like we're not going to necessarily based off of our motor skills, if for instance doing badminton, right, like we might not be mastering the shots of a smash or a pickleball, like a dink or something like that. Instead, we're really just working on hitting to open space or where my opponent is not.
Yeah, a couple of them were just like using the mature over or underhand pattern with the badminton, and then creating space is sort of that tactic and strategy.
Yeah.
Or yeah.
Because really, like, tactic and strategies go hand in hand, right? Like, as our skills develop, we can utilize more specific strategies, like when to smash and when to use overhead clears. But, like, if we don't have the skills to necessarily do those tactics, we have to work with what we've got.
And when I'm thinking about this, it kind of brings me back to when we did homeschool last fall, when we just kind of started with the like etiquette and like some of the rules and stuff like that. Would that be like an acceptable first lesson, just kind of familiarizing with boundaries and whatnot?
Yes.
Okay.
Kind of thinking back to our teaching games for understanding model, right? Like how do we organize? Where do I stand? Where's my spot? Where do I put my equipment? Where all of those protocols that, how do we set up the gym? How am I going to enter? How am I going to exit? Those types of things might be something that are included in lesson 1 or built into like the first 2 lessons. That's still appropriate regardless of who you're teaching. Okay, other questions? John, did you decide on a unit?
Yeah, I'll do the outdoor one.
Okay. So like, are you thinking like biking or?
I was just gonna see what my Steve does, and then get something off that.
Okay. Because they're pretty. I think he does. Well, I'll let him tell you. You can pick something from that. It might not be outdoors, but it might be starting with like some adventure type activities. Oh, I only have one earring in. How did that happen? Okay. Anything else? Okay, we're at noon. I'm gonna go evaluate the mess. Okay, we're on Zoom, John.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Let's see you guys at noon.
Okay.
Bye. What is going on? Hey, how's it going? Good. I got a question for you. So we're meeting for our meeting today. And because we're in this we're doing just the virtual thing. Usually they get the IEP form from their cooperating teacher and they do an assessment and then they create their assessment report and then they put that information into the IEP, the district's IEP form. And so I can't find like a editable version of a district's IEP form. Do you have that? How do you guys do yours? Okay. This is for. Well, I was wondering if you could go over it with them today because okay, cool. So they have all the information from there. They did some assessments like on each other, and they have all that information. They have the template for writing the assessment report. But now I wanted to have them practice like looking at an IEP and where do I put this information in an IEP. Okay. record it or anything. Okay. 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 Yeah. Yeah, because they're, yep. And so that just came, we just had another interview, and then afterwards we sat and talked for a while, and I'm like, well, I'm not adversed in IEP forms at all. So I like pulled one up, and I was like, well, I think you would put information here and here, but I don't know. I've actually never filled out an IEP form for a student because I've never had an adaptive kid. So that would be super helpful if someone talked more knowledgeably to them about the actual form. Okay, cool. Yeah, I got mass chaos at my house today because we have a snow day. And so I have like all the neighbor kids at my house. The girls are trying to dye their hair. I'm like, wait, what? And the boys are outside pelting. We have like hard, packy snow. They're like pelting snowballs at each other. I'm like, okay, well, just don't kill each other and don't make a mess. What'd you guys get? What'd you get for a puppy? Oh my god, those dogs are so pretty. Is she a little? Oh my gosh. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. We were at Lucettes Brewery the other day, and someone came out with one of those, and I was like, oh my gosh, so pretty. Come on.
Mm-hmm.
Did Allison email you back?
All right, well, I think we're all here. So, Steve, thank you for joining us this morning. To start, we'll all do like a little introduction so you know who you're talking to. I'll start. So, my name's John. I'm a senior, and I will be student teaching in the fall. Sam, can you go?
Hey, Steve, I'm Sam. I'm a junior, and I'll be student teaching next spring.
Maria?
My name is Maria, and I'm the same as Sam. I'm a junior, and I'll student teach in the spring.
And I'm Kelsey. I'm the same as John. I'm a senior, so I'll student teach next fall. Thank you for taking time out of your day to speak with us.
Absolutely, not a problem.
Okay, so I'll just get right into it with the first question. So can you just tell us a little bit about yourself and how you ended up teaching full-time Dave at Holman?
So my name is Steve Eggert. I grew up in Zumbrota, Minnesota. I don't know if you guys know where that is. It's not far from you guys, from River Falls. Went to school at UWL. Originally wanted to be a biology major possibly, or a history major, teach history. One day it was really nice out, and I looked at my roommate who was a Phy Ed major, and I said, I don't want to be stuck inside right down the courses I need to be a Phy Ed teacher, because I had to register the next day. And I wrote them down and I switched my major without any more than an hour thought. So then I had to go I didn't have an advisor, so the next semester started, and I went into the secretary's office in the ESS department and said, I need an advisor. I don't know anything about this. I just switched. She said, well, talk to the guy in here. He's our director of the program right now. And I went in there, and there's this guy in there, and I said, well, he says, tell me about yourself. And I said, well, I like to fish, hunt. I'm going to coach wrestling in Holman. He goes, I'll be your advisor. So, and that happened to be Kristen's dad, Dr. Stefan. And that's how I switched my major to being a Phy Ed teacher. So I stayed enrolled, and Dr. Stefan said, you're going to stay and get your master's. I didn't really have a choice in it. He just told me, you're going to stay and get your master's. It'll be good. So I stayed and got my master's in the adventure program. So it was undergrad, just Phy Ed. And then I got my master's in Phy Ed with adventure. Well, I didn't get a job right away, right out of there. So I just decided right then I'd just stay enrolled in the master's program, and I would get my adapted certification. to make myself more marketable. And while I did that, I subbed in Holman like every day. The sub caller was from my parents' hometown, a small little place called Belchester, which is right by Goodhue, Minnesota. And she called me every day to sub. There was a adapted FIAD job open the next year. I applied for it. They didn't want to lose my wife or my fiance or girlfriend, whatever she was at the time, as a math teacher, so they hired me. And that's kind of how I got into teaching adapted FIAD at home. So.
Okay, so you do teach unified PE. So how did you go about getting unified PE in your school district?
Okay, so at the time that I got hired, I still had this pull to do adventure. I really wanted to do adventure. So I started to do, and at the time there were 0 unified or universal FIAD programs going on. There was not one. So I just started to do some small things. Like I took a group of my adapted FIAD kids ice fishing, and we did a hunting day, and I took them camping and canoeing to Pearl Park. Then the next year, those kids ended up going to the high school, and I followed them up there. I just felt like they needed to be able to be included into general FIAD, so I went up there with them. My second year there, they allowed me to do that, which was great. And I had this really great group of wrestlers at the time. I was the head wrestling coach at the time. Kristen's brother Paul was one of my seniors. I had a great group of seniors. And I was like, we gotta do something cool. And Kristen was doing her grad work at UWL, and she needed to run a trip. And I said, you know what? We kind of talked together. It was a kind of a joint thought here. We should do a caving trip with our adapted FIAD students, but then also take some of our really strong leaders in the school, which happen to be a lot of my wrestlers, and let's do a caving trip together. So we planned it, and we took this caving trip, and the idea then clicked. It was like, we need to do a class where we're really good general education students, paired with my students with disabilities who get adapted FIAD services, and we need to have it all be outdoor pursuits and adventure education with zero competitive. Because as I taught inclusion, I noticed competitive sports were really, it was a lot harder to do inclusion and get the general ed kids to buy into group success and taking care of the whole group. And adventure ed and outdoor pursuits just lent itself really well to it. So I started to teach that the following year, and we actually ended up getting the ropes course, and they let me start a class called Universal Adventure and Outdoor Pursuits. And I ran that for probably about 3 to 4 years, and all of a sudden I started getting phone calls. There was a guy from Wayzata at the time. He called, and people started asking, how are you doing this? Why are you doing this? And I said, well, this is what we do. And that's kind of how it got started. So
really, Steve had the original unified PE class, but someone else coined the term unified. It was originally called Universal Design, is how it kind of like the idea started. And then someone else coined the term and kind of got the PR, I would say, for unified.
Yeah, I'm definitely not one that goes out and looks for publicity or looks for, I was doing what I did because I loved adventure and I loved adapted FIAD, and it was just such a cool environment. I don't know, Kristen, if you remember that first trip,
yeah,
the interactions were amazing. Like they were talking on the bus ride there, and they were helping each other in the cave. It was just really cool. So, and I had Kristen's dad, as we started to do this, her dad, if you don't know, this is kind of the adventure guru in the physical education world. And he was there helping us with every time we ran a trip for the first time. He was there helping, giving ideas, things to think about. And we just modeled our program after how he ran his university programs, except we added people with disabilities into our group. So wouldn't have been possible without the university support and without her dad's support. So it was pretty cool. It still is cool.
So are there like any other ways that you promote Unified PE to get your general education students excited or get them to enroll in it?
So we have an application process, and as we see kids come through our freshman FIED or some of our adventure programs, as we see kids that really fit that model for being caring and trustworthy and really want to be there to support others, we start to basically recruit them. And we talk about how it would benefit them and that sort of thing. And that's how we get our kids. And they have to write an application. It's generally like a one-page, couple-page paragraphs on why you'd be good for the class, why you want to be a part of the class. And then the first day of class, we go through all our expectations. We give the kids an out. If you don't want to be here, no harm, no foul. Go ahead, you can change it to a different FIED class, but this is your expectation while you're here. So that's basically how we promote it. But and we've had years where a guidance counselor comes in and says, hey, this student, it would be really good for them. And then I'm usually hesitant, because if it's really good for them, it doesn't mean that they're there for others. And we've let a couple kids in the past that didn't apply to be in, but it was good for them. And it just creates a bad atmosphere if they're not in there for the right reason. It can really wreck a class. So that's why we've really stuck to our application process.
Can you tell us the makeup of your Unified PE class, like the class size, the ratios, the duration?
We run it third and fourth term. So we kind of do a winter and then a spring grouping. We usually have between 32 and 35 or 6 kids in the class. And it varies from anywhere from 8 to 15 individuals with disabilities. Sometimes they don't have adapted FIED on their IEP, but it's a really good fit based on the IEP team having discussions with me. And so we still have 10 to 15, anywhere from 10 to 15 is the usual. We have kids that have taken the class before that ask to be TAs, or they take it again, or general ed kids because they like it so much. I've had kids take it as many as 6 terms, and they redo their schedule just to be a part of the class.
So how do you choose how the adaptive students that are in the class? Do you kind of handpick those, or how does that work?
So we have FIED is offered for adapted FIED kids in a couple different ways. They can be in the adapted FIED class, which would be with Mr. Bagneski, and that is just students with disabilities. It's some of our lower functioning students, might be a lot of hand over hand or cognitively fairly low functioning. Then we have our students that are our inclusion students, who from the time they're freshmen until they graduate, they are in inclusion classes. So general PE 9, they get support from me in that, or a totally fit wellness, or other classes they get support from me. And then at IEP meetings, we just start to bring up the idea of these are your options moving forward. A lot of times it comes down to this class is such a big relationship class that they form really good relationships, learn to come out of their shell, get a lot of confidence, make connections with some of our students without disabilities, that as we talk about it, the parents are all fired up about it, and the IEP team is fired up about it, and that's how they get placed in the class. Just that IEP team decision.
Okay.
Sometimes Jared will have a kid that they're like, maybe by the time they're a junior or senior, we could get them to get into the class. So we make our students with disabilities that are inclusion take their freshman PE. That's 2 terms, 1 fall, 1 spring, or 1 fall or spring, and then 1 winter. And then they have to take their totally fit wellness class. And again, that's inclusion. And then after that, they can take universal or any other classes as many times as they want. Generally, they steer towards our universal adventure class. That's team taught by me and a general education teacher. So right now it's Mr. Luloff that teaches with me.
So how do the credits work for a general education student? It's one of their elective PE classes requirements, or just an elective class?
It's one of their elective PE credits. Holman's really unique. We require 2.5 credits of PHYED. The state requirement is only 1.5. But our district has made a commitment since even you were in high school here that PHYED is important, movement is important. So they can take it as many times as they want. Even once they're past their 2.5 credits, then it is just an elective. Very rare that we have kids that take it, more than that. But we always get a handful of kids here and there that are like, I just want to be a part of this class. And some of them have then went to get their undergrad in PHYED, adapted PHYED, and they kind of want to do something with it.
So for each lesson, how do you write your goals and objectives? Do you have specific ones for the general students, specific ones for the DAPE students, or just general goals for both?
Really good question. How I approach the class is we are all going to do the exact same objectives. We just might need to do them differently. I think the more you lower your expectations for our general ed or for our special education students, we're not giving them enough credit for what they can do. Sometimes we just need to find a different way for them to do it. So I'll give you an example. One of my girls was in a power wheelchair. Really wanted to be in Universal. Was like, I don't know how I'm going to do this. We had her go in the winter, and we had her do some different things with snowshoeing. We hauled her on a sled. We went caving. We carried her on a stretcher and lowered her down into the cave on a stretcher. So we were doing cognitively, she was doing everything she could do. But then it came time to our 4th term class, which is rock climbing. I'm like, I don't know how we're going to do this. Well, she was crying during 3rd term that she wasn't going to be in the class, and that made me feel really horrible. So I was like, I got to figure out how she can do this. That's what I need to do. So we taught her to belay using a gree, which is like an auto braking belay system. And we hooked it to a tree or to a different person, and she basically do a push up, and it would tighten the belay rope. So we find ways to do things. So no, I don't have different expectations. They're all the same. To be honest, right now I don't even write lesson plans because I've taught it so many times. It's just, this is what we're going to do. This is how we're going to make it work. So you can't do that when you start, though, just to let you know. It does not work. You will flop. I used to plan a lot. Now it's like just I'm on automatic.
It's all in here. It's all up here after a while.
It is.
It's just who you are.
Mm-hmm.
So for your outdoor pursuits course, what are some of the different units or lessons that you have for the winter and for the spring?
So in the winter, we do winter shelter building and winter camping. We have a little wooded area behind our district. Sometimes we cut down the trees out there and we don't tell anybody. Other times we have people drop off Christmas trees, like during the Christmas tree collection, and the kids spend time. They have to research winter shelters. They have to plan out their shelter. They have to build their shelter. We'll spend 3 to 4 weeks building a shelter, and they've become very elaborate. They'll put a floor on it, with logs, and then they camp. We talk about how to dress warm, how to sleep warm. Then we'll do ice fishing. Usually we kind of mix that in with the winter shelter building. We used to do caving in that term. The issue with the caving is that the cave has now been closed that we used to go to because of the bat and the white nose syndrome. They've closed that cave. We will do indoor archery, which I know it is not an outdoor pursuit, but we will spend a little bit of time doing that just as a recreation activity. We've included snowshoeing, and we'll take a snowshoeing trip, a winter camping trip behind the high school, and then usually an ice fishing trip. And we added curling. Like sometimes we just kind of get sick of doing some other things, and we know it's not an outdoor pursuit, but it's just something different to do that they can all do together. And so that would be our 3rd term. And then 4th term, we do indoor rock. We really do a ton of adventure sequencing in 4th term. Start with and I don't know where you guys are at with your adventure program, but we'd start with community icebreakers, de-inhibitizers, get to know you, communication, problem solving, trustworthiness, low highs, all that good stuff. Then we teach kids how to belay, and then we do camping and outdoor and indoor rock climbing. We take an outdoor rock climbing trip to Devil's Lake every year, except for last year. And then we teach kids how to use a ropes course, and we spend a lot of time on the ropes course. We run 6th grade adventure days as kind of a fundraiser for our high school program. We do it on a donation basis. Our kids in 6th grade used to go off site to a ropes course, and it was costing our kids like close to $120 a kid, and our kids that couldn't afford it couldn't go. So we do a suggested donation of $10 per kid, and if they can't pay, they can't pay. But my universal kids generally run those days. I facilitate there. There's belayers, and I'll tell you what, they're really good. So that's what we do, and we have our students with disabilities have worked that before for us as well. You know, whether it's checking harnesses or belaying. So everybody's a part of it. So.
Well, between your outdoor class or unified class, are there any other field trips that you take your students on? If so, where are they and what units are they for?
Outside of our universal class, so universal, we go snowshoeing, ice fishing, camping to Devil's Lake. We do have a rock climbing class that is not it could be inclusive, but it's not like a universal class that goes to Devil's Lake. Usually we go in the fall. What we do is we team up with a geography class that goes down for their field trip. So we ride the bus together. We go climb, they go hike and look at rocks. I think we have more fun. Anyway, we'll do that. We also have some of our fitness classes go off site. They'll go to some of the local fitness areas like the YMCA or some of the local clubs, and they'll get instruction on fitness. We also have a bowling class that will go off site to go bowling. Then we do take our adapted PED class. I also teach an at-risk class, first and second term, called Trails, Teaching Responsibility and Incorporating Lifelong Skills. That is a group of at-risk students. We team with the adapted PED class, and we do peer mentorship, but it's definitely different than what we do in Universal. And right before Christmas every year, we take a trip to UW La Crosse, so that the students in the adventure and adapted graduate programs at UW La Crosse get experience running groups with disabilities on their indoor course and indoor climbing wall. And then I kind of go through and I show them, how do we make modifications? How do we do this back and forth? So it's very much a team activity, or I shouldn't say team. It's kind of that cross working together, right? Like university helps us, we help them, we give their grad students experiences, they give our students experiences, and they help run our climbing trips also. But it's very much like we do it together. It's not all them or all us.
Collaborative.
Yep. And that started when Jeff was there, when Kristen's dad was there, and the last couple people that have come in to take that job after he retired, I just reached out to him and we kept that going. One of them, the current person, Dr. Stark, actually taught with us. She student taught under me, and then she taught in Holman for 3 years, went and got her doctorate, came back. So that relationship has been really good.
So with all of those activities, has there ever been any like safety incidents? And if not, what are the different protocols that you go through to make sure that doesn't happen?
We have yet to have an incident, knock on wood.
Yeah.
But I'm also like, I should back up a little bit. So again, I was hired to do adapted, right? But I kind of veered from the adapted stuff and started including adventure stuff. And the more you did a good job, the more they started to let you do. Right? Then they would see the value in the adventure and the outdoor pursuits. That was what Dr. Steffen called me, a competent deviant. I was hired to do one thing. I deviated from it a little bit. When you showed you could do a really good job, they started to believe in you and started to trust you. It's kind of like building trust with anybody, right? It takes a long time to build it. So you just continue to slowly do things. And I'm super type, like, I worry about everything when it comes to safety. Like the ropes course company, that the owner is one of our good friends also. They joke about me, like at trainings. Oh yeah, you should see the guy from Holman. He's so worried, like everything by the book. And I just stick with it, and I make sure my staff listen. I'm just super type A when it comes to planning. I have a good risk management plan. I make sure it's in place and I follow it.
When they say to double check your knots, Steve quadruple checks his knots.
Yep.
Over the top.
I do.
Makes you feel better.
Yep.
And prevention is worth every, in those situations and scenarios. Trust is a super easy thing to break too, right? And the second you're not double checking something or triple checking something or over planning for something is when you lose trust and your program starts to get nixed or taken away. So a good lesson to be learned from that.
So for your courses, what kind of feedback does it receive from the students, parents, and administration?
So for the final in the class, everybody has to either do a video project or a reflection paper. My students with disabilities will generally team up with one of my general ed kids, and they will ask questions of my students with disabilities, and they will respond, and we'll either type them or make a video. My general ed students, a lot of them will write reflection papers and get lots of different comments from, this is the best class I've ever taken. I didn't realize, that the students with disabilities were not that different from us. I've made so many good relationships. So the feedback from our students has just been phenomenal. And then when they, our admin, the same thing, we invite them on a trip and they can't believe what goes on and they can't believe the interactions. We've had parents that have donated money to our program over the years because of the benefits that their students received from it. I had one family donate over $1,000 over a period of 3 years, and they didn't have the money to donate. They were not like a well-to-do family. They just felt so strongly about what it did for their student that had Down syndrome that they were going to do something for us. So it's all been very, very positive.
Steve, what do you think? You talk a lot about like the social, emotional impact that the class has on students. What about the impact it has on their perceptions of outdoor pursuits?
I think for our general ed students, we're exposing them to things they aren't used to. And I have kids that are like, hey, we're going camping at Devil's Lake. We're going to go hiking. Hey, we're taking a trip to wherever. And I think they really, because some of them don't get exposed, right? If you don't grow up hiking, camping, fishing, you don't go. So we've really opened the eyes of a lot of these students to get out and be active. I had a group go out to Colorado to go camping.
Cool.
One year. I've had kids go work camps. Just gives them a lot of confidence. And our students with disabilities, I think they try to get their families involved. And ultimately, when they leave, it's up to the family to take charge, or friends. I do have gen ed students who have graduated that are in college, and they'll call some of the kids that were in class with us. They'll be like, hey, do you want to go hiking with us, or do you want to go fishing with us? So they still keep them involved. So I think you just got to teach people how to do things right, how to do things well, and make it a fun, enjoyable experience, right? Warm, dry, and well-fed. Mm-hmm. You can have them have a good experience with those three things. They might incorporate it into their lifestyle. So you got to have the knowledge.
So I think that's like, when I think about other unified PE programs and what you're doing is for the general education student in conjunction with, they're walking away with something that, yes, they obviously walk away with the social emotional skills gained, but they're also walking away with like specialized skills in rock climbing and the knowledge in order to be able to continue to participate in those activities. Other unified PE programs, I'm not sure if they're walking away with
I never thought of it like that, but yeah, absolutely. That's, what's really cool is when you've had a student with disabilities in your class for like 2 or 3 years, and all of a sudden they're teaching a general education student how to tie a knot, or they're giving them feedback on their knot. So I just thought of that when you were talking about skills. So it's pretty cool to see.
Yeah. Some of the other, like I've watched some unified classes and they're doing, softball. I'm like, well, the general education student already knows how to throw and catch, right? They know how to play softball. How is this contributing to their physical literacy journey? And so this I just see as like such a strong connection in creating a unified program.
Yep,
cool.
I agree.
All right, John, are we what's our minute thing on Zoom? Are we fine?
Just said that you've been upgraded or they took off the limit.
Okay.
So, okay. So what else has helped you with gaining success from this course, like professional development? Are there any books or other professionals out there that have helped you?
So when we first started doing this, there was more money for us to go do things. So like I would go to conferences, I would go to conventions. I also would present at conferences and conventions, which when you're going to present, your district is way more likely to send you than just to go and get, because that gives them good PR. So, but the biggest influence was by far, Dr. Stephen Kristen's dad by far was the biggest influence, right? Like he was there to help. We modeled it after his program. Always bounced ideas back and forth. That was by far the biggest. Then having our good friend Ryan Olson buy Abby Inc., our ropes course company, and having them as a resource has been absolutely huge for us as well. They were right in Holman. I go out there to his place. I'll pick up gear. We talk. Like that's just been great collaboration to make sure we're doing things the right way. We're like, hey, I have this student with this disability. What do you think? Can you come and look at this, and we'll figure out how can we get them to do X, Y, or Z. That's been really good. I also have awesome coworkers. I have 2 of them in particular. Jared, I taught here at Pullman. He went and got his master's degree at UWL, and he's teaching FIED, and Jason Luloff. Both have their masters in adventure education. And they're go-getters, right? I mean, they just work hard and they help, and we bounce ideas off each other. We also have Maureen McCoy, who also has her master's there. So you do need to get out and you need to collaborate and you need to, I don't want to say socialize, but you need to make connections to other people in other places to learn from. I know the guy at Appleton used to do stuff. The guy at Toma used to do some things. The university too. The university is huge. I collaborate with them all the time. Our policies and procedures manuals are very similar because we'll talk about things before we do them. And then if we both agree that this is a good change to make, we make a good change. We make that change. So we try to all be on the same page.
And then the final question is, what are your overall positives and negatives of the unified and outdoor ed courses?
Right now, positives are just, I love it. I love my job. I get to do 2 things I love to do: adventure and adaptive PE. The district has let me do things that most districts don't let kids do. My wife looks at me sometimes and goes, "You're crazy. You're going to take a girl in a power wheelchair to a cave?" Yep, I am. I'm going to figure out how to do it. We're just going to take her, right? Or you're going to take her rock climbing. How are you going to get that kid up to? Well, we're going to put her in a stretcher that I ordered, and we're just going to strap her into a stretcher and carry her up the bluff. All that stuff is great. The negative is, I'm not going to lie, I'm getting older, and sleeping outside in the cold is not as fun as it used to be. That would be the one negative. Like, I hate sleeping out in the cold, but I do it. My wife's like, why do you keep doing this? Because it's good for the kids, right? You're giving them an experience that they love. They've given me a way to fundraise, like with that 6th grade adventure day. So the adventure and outdoor pursuits stuff, I just love. I don't have many negatives. It's a lot of planning, but if you love it, it's not that bad. It's not that much work. I don't like the stress of, like, things aren't like, trying to make the decision. Is it good to go? Is it not good to go? Should we cancel? Should we not cancel? Those types of things. But COVID was hard last year. We canceled. So we were supposed to camp out March 12th with my universal class. And that's when all of this info started coming in. And we were like, do we want to, I hate social media, by the way. I hate that stuff. I think it can portray things so bad. But it went into my decision to cancel our trip on the 12th, right behind the high school. I said, well, what are people going to say about our program if they see kids sleeping this far apart in their shelters? And that was one of the big reasons. Then the next day we canceled school. So that kind of stuff was kind of negative. Adventure's hard to do when you got to stay 3 feet apart and wear masks and not have physical contact. So, but otherwise, it's been awesome. I cannot complain.
So, Kristen, do you want to talk about that IEP?
Yeah, I called him quick beforehand and prepped him on some of the information that we needed to. He's going to work with you through their IEP form and provide you with some examples, and then he's going to let us use their IEP form.
Okay, so I just called the district office. They did not have a testing form for you to see.
Oh, okay.
But I'm going to bring up one of my students and I'm going to change their name to Test before I do it. And we'll go through the parts of the IEP that I have to fill out. Okay. So, and I write my goals different than most people. I'll give you some reasoning on why I do that. Let me find a Google Doc here and bring up a student's IEP. I also do transition programming for 18 to 21-year-old students. That's part of my job.
So tell me, how many IEP forms have you guys seen? You see them in which class? And
I think we only see them in Glover's 305 class, and I had it last year, and I think I saw maybe 2.
Okay.
I had it last semester, and we saw 0.
Okay.
I don't know if it's because of the online situation. I don't know.
Okay.
All right.
Sam
so
and John,
just
how
take
are
me a
you
second
with
to bring
IEP
this up
forms?
here.
I haven't seen many at all. Maybe 1 or 2 last year.
Okay.
But it was, rare.
Just 2. One from Glover and then one from Justin.
Okay.
All right, I'm almost ready here. I just need to make a copy, and I don't want to get in trouble, even though I know you guys understand the confidentiality stuff. Let's see, whose did I just work on?
Steve, did Wisconsin start wrestling last night?
Wisconsin started a few weeks ago. We actually had our first dual meet on December 31st or December 30th or 29th. It was somewhere right in there. And they are now doing some quads. So tonight they go to Toma and they wrestle a couple other schools.
So are you a wrestling coach right now?
When we moved to Holmen, we had no family in the area, and my wife did not like that I was gone 10 weekends out of the year. And she basically said, and after 2 years, she was like, enough's enough. So what I did is I'm doing a find replace here. I became the middle school coach. I still help out a lot at the high school as far as helping with tournaments and running by state, which is a big wrestling tournament. So I'm still very involved, just I don't have to spend 10 weekends anymore.
The real reason is he couldn't go hunting and fishing if he was coaching. Don't throw Tara under the bus.
No, she was like, you are done. This is enough.
Probably because he was trying to coach and hunt and fish, which leaves zero time.
And now I have kids of my own, obviously, and they're in sports, so I'm plenty busy with sports. Okay, so I have this test. It changed his name, so I'll go through a couple of these things. I just got to find. You might have to give me permission here to present. Share. Okay.
Do you know how to do that, John? Steve is now the
host.
I
just made him the host.
Okay, so let's see here. Share desktop. All right, now I can't see you guys. Can you see this form here that says test HIEP?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, so when you get into the IEP, there's a whole bunch of different parts. Part one is generally, and I'm not a case manager on any. I know in some districts, the case managers could be adapted FIA teachers. I am not. Okay, so part one is usually like your invite to the IEP and that sort of thing. Okay, part two is the effects of your disability and disability related needs. So a lot of times there'll be like a behavior checkbox. And again, this isn't what our form looks like. These are just the areas I have to fill out. There, it might say behavior or speech and language or whatever. So I usually type other, and then I do something like this is improve ability to independently participate in lifetime recreation, leisure activities to promote physical activity and wellness. And this is like one of my transition students, okay? Then I do my present level, which is in part 3 of the IEP. And generally what I do there is I talk about the things that we have been doing, okay? But then I'll give some feedback on their goal, or if I did any testing, this is where that would go. I would talk about their test scores in this area. So if I did the APEs or the Brunics or the Brockport, any of those I would type or talk about here in the present level. So right towards the end, we're looking at this test demonstrates emerging competency by meeting one of 3 rubric criteria, and this is his goal for independently performing activity-specific movement skills in 2 or more lifetime activities. And I talk about what that means. It indicates that he can perform the necessary skills or techniques or movements with several prompts. So I have a rubric that goes with this. So when it comes to writing my IEP, well, I'll talk about that later, okay? After I'm done sharing, if I can figure out how to unshare, because I don't even see you guys right now. So anyway, so then I'd come into my part 4, my goals and objectives. I would write a measurable goal. I've changed how I do this. I used to write, I try not to write very specific on the goal, and I'll tell you why when we're done. Then I have a baseline. Talk about where they scored on your baseline. So this could be if this was a test like the Brunics, or if it was like your Ps, you could talk about an objective or 2 or 3 from there. Okay. Level of attainment. See objective below is how I write it. We just got audited by the DPI last year, so that's why I do this the way I do. I have an objectives rubric. Keys for measuring progress would be quarterly progress reports. Short-term objectives, this is something you need to write. Talk about that here. That's where I would like them to get to. So rather than They are right now at emerging. They're meeting 1 out of 3. I would like to get them to progressing by meeting 2 out of 3. So that's all under part 3 of 4 of the IEP. And then part 5, I don't remember what part 4 is. I'm sorry. But it doesn't pertain to me, so I just ignore it. And then part 5 would be your instructional services. You have a spot to check regular ed or general education or special education. I believe in ours it says adapted Phy-Ed or general or regular Phy-Ed. Always click adapted if they are getting those services. The number of minutes they get, the frequency per week, IEP dates excluding breaks. Sometimes our kids aren't in Phy-Ed all year, especially at the high school. So I might put IEP dates excluding school breaks when enrolled in a physical education class or enrolled in a physical education program. The reason you write it like that is because otherwise you could have to provide those services year round, even in the summer. And then what is your related goal? So those are kind of the parts that you need to do. Does that make sense? Or do you guys have any questions?
Everybody's is so different from all the examples I've seen.
I'm going to stop sharing so I can see you again. Okay, so they all have basically the same components, and this is just what I do on my end on a Google Doc. So I can work on this, and then all I do is I copy and paste it into the form. If I don't do that, because on our program only one person can have access at a time.
Oh.
This just allows me to work on it at my own time, and when its form is open, I can copy and paste it. So it looks a lot different. So when you enter part 3 of the form, and I wish they would have just said I could show you a form, but they didn't. They actually said not to. I think they're just afraid of legality stuff. But regardless, you under that present level, you would see math would have a section on where they were doing, how they were doing in math, and then social studies and speech. Also in part 3, they're going to talk about areas how are things going at home. There would be a section for that, and it's not called at home, but it's functional performance in other areas. So this would be your academic performance, but then there would be functional performance. There's going to be spots on there for transition things as they get older. I write my goals if people teach you this and this is how they want to write them, that's great for them, but I don't like writing goals like this. Student will be able to throw a ball at a stationary target 3 out of 5 attempts using correct technique. It's specific, it's measurable, absolutely. But when I go to teach, and we only are working on a unit of throwing and catching, or that involves throwing and catching this much out of the whole year, what am I going to do the rest of the time? So I try to write my goals now based on the shape, or we're going to start using the Wisconsin standards. And I pick 1 or 2 standards that can be very vague so that I can work on it for multiple different activities. It just works for us. And that's especially at the high school level. You're trying to get them to be able to be active when they leave. Some of my more severely disabled kids, it might be a fitness goal, or it might be a functional movement goal. And then I'd have lots of objectives, different walking patterns, lower body strength, upper body strength. I'd maybe have four or 5 objectives with a fitness goal. I'm sorry that's not a lot of help. It's a lot easier to run.
I think that key functional mobility, is that what you just said?
Mm-hmm.
I like using that because that's kind of overarching. When I think about Maria, your case study, and John specifically in your case study, that functional mobility, increased functional mobility as an overarching IEP goal. That's how I see IEP goals as well, Steve, as broad in enough that multiple units could be covered underneath that one content area. We also kind of talked about how it could be specific to the psychomotor domain, or it could be specific to the cognitive domain, or specific to the affective domain. Whatever it is, their goals should be focused on allowing them to participate, especially at the high school level, in physical activity outside of it. So what are their barriers, identifying their barriers of participation, and then working on those towards goals. So when they're broad like that, you can constantly be working on that broader goal within whatever unit you're doing.
Yep.
I don't know, what have you guys been taught?
We were taught broad too.
Okay.
Good. It just makes it easier. And I'd like to use the shape objectives, because then as I talk to the parents, I can say, well, we're working on these shape objectives, which is what our general ed students are also working on. I might reword it a little bit to make it work for our students, but they kind of get that.
And we also talked about how the shape objectives could be, they don't have to come from the high school, even though they're a high school student. If their present level of performance is at the cognitive ability of a fourth grader, then we can write objectives that are connected to grade level outcomes from fourth grade, or depending on their motor skills or their motor development, might come from standard 1 in a different grade level. So
yep. My transition students, I use that a lot. I use and they're higher functioning transition students, maybe could work independent or live independently, but I really work on that activity specific movements and 2 or more lifetime activities. I just love that. And it also talks about, like, as they get more specific in that objective, they talk about, where is it here? Outdoor, and then they specifically mention outdoor pursuits, individual performance activities. So that could be fitness activities, aquatics, netball, or target games. That could be recreation, leisure activities. So for my 18 to 21-year-old kids, what are we going to do so they can be active when they leave here and that goal works for them? So, but just try to make it work for you as a teacher. I don't think there's a right or wrong way. Well, there is a wrong way, because we had too many. Like at one point we're writing them would meet 8 out of 10 or show emerging competency in 8 out of 10 selected shape outcomes, right? Left it very broad so that we could work on that. And then I had a check sheet for all of them, and then their I can't even think right now.
That's a lot to document.
Their baseline, I'd be like, well, they show attained in 2 of the 10, they show beginning in 3 of the 10, and they show progressing in 5 of the 10, right? So for me, I could really track it really well, and I could really hone in on which ones I was working on. I'd have some fitness ones, I'd have some behavior ones, but the DPI came in and said, no, it's way too much. You need to be it needs to be way less, which I'm completely okay with. I still have the check sheet on the other ones, but now I only have to report on one. Yeah, the audit was really interesting. Like,
that is interesting. Who did your audit?
The DPI comes in, and
who was it?
Was it? I don't know what their name was or who they were. They just start randomly pulling IEPs, and they just start combing through them. And anything they find that your district isn't doing well, they flag you on, and they make sure you fix it and make sure you get it corrected. It was really good.
For special education from the DPI or for physical education?
It was special education. So it was a whole special education.
Got it.
Ours was just a small part of it. I think 2 students that get adapted services from myself got pulled.
Oh.
And they were like, yeah, you got to fix this or that.
They didn't qualify?
No, they qualified. I just didn't write their goals and objectives exactly how the DPI wanted.
Your forms. Got it.
Yeah. So qualifying's a little bit difficult at the high school. It's a little different. I use the appease a lot, just because it's age appropriate.
Yeah, we were looking at different forms. Do you guys go over the appease in 305? No? And is that a kit, or is it online, Steve?
It's online.
That's what I thought. I've seen it before.
The thing that I like about it is it also has the adapted behaviors portion on it. So some of your students with autism, or even some of your students who are emotionally behavioral, EBD students, you can assess them in that area also, which is one thing I really like our high school students. Because some of our students with autism might score really high on their physical skills, but their social interactions and their appropriate behaviors, so your standard 4, might be absolutely horrible. And at least now they can get some services to get taught how to behave and how to appropriately socially interact in a physical activity setting. So that's why I like the APs.
Cool.
Anyway.
Do you have a rubric that you could maybe show us that you used, or like how you record working towards specific goals?
Yep. I'll tell you, I hate teaching online, everybody. I've gotten pretty good at it, but I'm very much a relationship teacher. I like to have discussions, I like to find students. So this online stuff, I can't wait till we get back to normal. And I'm sure you guys are the same way. You go into teaching because you like those relationships.
John, do you have an idea for a unit?
Yeah, I'm struggling. Since it's winter, I'm thinking something winter right now that we could do. Would you mind going outside or no?
I'm all for it.
Do snowshoeing.
You can come into my backyard right now. We have a little shelter going on.
FOA has snowshoes that you could probably use. I just rented snowshoes from Falcon Outdoor Adventures.
Where'd you go, Maria?
I went to the Kinnickinnick State Park.
Okay. So right by your house, if you go down, or where your apartment is, back behind Rocky Branch, there is some awesome snowshoe trails. It's like my husband's favorite place to go. He really likes snowshoeing. We'll see if we get a lot of snow, especially sun. I don't know if we're going to get, it's like iffy if the snowshoeing would actually be any good right now. I've tried to make kids snowshoe before when there's not great snow. I don't know if you've experienced this. They just take their snowshoes off and carry them. They're like, lady, you're crazy. This is way harder.
Yep. Yeah, they definitely do not enjoy it if it's not good snowshoeing weather.
Yeah.
All right, I gotta delete this kid's name. Just a second here.
So are these rubrics that you created, Steve, or the district created? Okay.
Yeah, Jared and I created them. Okay, so I'm gonna share here. See, well, hold on. This again, I'm afraid I gotta make sure. And I use Google Meet.
Yeah.
So the Zoom stuff is a little bit different for me.
I know we're getting versed in all of them now. Zoom, Teams, Meet.
All right, so can you guys see this?
We can see the big deer, the nose of it.
Oh, you can't see this at all?
No, I can. I'm teasing.
Okay. Yeah, that was Caleb, and we like to hunt. Okay, so this is how I would do it. Jared and I, he's the other FIA teacher, we selected like 10 to 15 shape outcomes. And this is how we used to do it. And then we had criteria for each of these areas based on how we assess their IEPs when we do our progress reports. So when you do a progress report quarterly, you'll have a spot to do a check off box or do a drop down box on that goal. And it'll either say beginning, emerging, progressing, or attained. So we thought, well, let's come up with what that would look like for each one. So this is for my Project Live 18 to 21-year-old kids. So I just have different criteria, and I would just select, where are you at? And then sometimes I like to write the activities that we did to work on those. Does that make sense? So beginning progress for that lifetime activity, unable to perform the necessary skills. can perform with several prompts, minimal prompts, technique. There's some communication ones for my Project Live kids, which is our 18 to 21, where it might be can make a phone call on their own and schedule something, or may need written notes, or may need verbal prompting as they go. So I can tell the parents, yeah, they probably can't schedule their own tea time for golf. Where's the communication one? Understands the risk. I don't know. Does that make sense? That's kind of what I'm doing.
So then evidence for meeting the different criteria just
would
comes.
I would do like a check sheet on them. Like as they made the phone call to the archery shop to schedule a time to go shoot. If it was this communication one, I would have a check sheet also on that would say where they were at. Or I'd take notes, or I'd watch and listen, and then I'd score them based on that. Does that make sense?
Yep.
So.
Does that help, Maria?
Yeah, I like this a lot better than some of the other things that we've been exposed to how to create goals and objectives and how to record it and stuff like that.
I'll say I don't know if it's right, but this is how we decided to do it. Just trying to find something that works for us. You know, I've tried, and I've been doing this. This is my 17th year teaching. You know, as we got more techie and we got more to, you know, the people started talking more about data. Like I tried everything from making a Google form and like checking, like tapping my phone as I was. Sometimes as an AP teacher, you're going to find you don't get a lot of prep, or you're going to find you're traveling. So doing like those little extra things really adds up. So you really need to find a way to be efficient and to make it work for you and still collect your data. The everyday thing was horrible for me. I tried to do every day. This is the objective we worked on. This is what I was like, why am I doing this? What is this for? I need to have like a goal that we're working on and I can assess it per unit, or I can do it at the end of the week, but the daily stuff just didn't work for me.
All right, any other questions? Cool. All right, well, that's it.
All right.
Thanks, Steve.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Steve.
Yep.
Take care of that puppy. What'd you name it?
Yeah. We named her Belle.
You know that's Paul's dog's name?
Yeah, I think I found that out after we had already picked one.
No, that's cool. Paul named it after Bell's Brewery, of course. That's what he says.
Ours is Beauty and the Beast.
Got it.
The kids picked that one.
Yeah,
so.
cute.
I can show you a picture. Hold on, I'll show you a picture.
His puppy's 9 weeks old. So Steve's he's drinking coffee because he's not getting any sleep.
I've had to cut back on my coffee drinking because my blood pressure is too high. I drink a lot of coffee. I don't know if you can.
Oh, yeah.
It's probably not very clear. I'll just text you a picture, but
okay. So
she's
cute.
very light in color.
Very cute.
So, all right. Well, thanks for inviting me, guys.
Yeah, that was really helpful. Like all around.
I always think adventure, and I'm going to leave you with one more thing. Adventure and outdoor pursuits are that really good equalizer for really great inclusion, because there's no competition and nobody is there for, you can make it very inclusive. If it's team sports, I don't care what anybody says, you have those kids that want to be competitive, and inclusion gets to be very hard. And people can say you can change the activity, you can make rule changes, if you still have that competitive kid, it's just it can be a bad atmosphere. In outdoor pursuits, there's no competition, it's fun.
Yeah.
Right? So,
I also think everybody enters on the same field, like level of experience for the most part. Like, who in your class had caved before? None of them. you try to do unified volleyball, guaranteed the general, almost 100% of the generation kids come in knowing how to play volleyball, right? So they're all on this even playing field, which I think is super cool and important.
Yep. So try to incorporate it when you get out there.
Alrighty. Thanks, Steve.
Thanks again. See ya.
Text me a picture.
Will do.
Okay.
Oh, do you guys need to stay on? Can I just end it? Because you made me the host.
Oh, do you guys have anything else you want to talk about?
Chris and I have something. I have two things.
Okay. How do I change this to make you be the host? I think I go to participants. I'll make. How do I do that?
I don't even know how to do it.
Highlight like the person that's on the screen itself, like their.
Okay, I gotcha. All right, Kristen, you're the host.
Cool.
See you later.
See ya.
So, Kristen, Allison emailed me back. She totally forgot, but we'll reschedule for next week.
Okay.
And then the second thing, yesterday we had trouble getting into a space for testing. I just wanted to make sure, because
what do you mean?
because of the surge testing in the gym.
Okay.
The athletes are in Cargis gym all day.
Okay.
So then we tried to get into the large studio, which we did, but because we didn't have a reservation, the person at the fitness center desk didn't let us in until I called my boss. So just, if we're going to use the large studio, just make that reservation with Charlie.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So UWL has a master's program in adventure ed.
Yeah. Yes. That's what
cool.
I did my master's in. Yeah. Super cool to come out with those the knowledges. Because can you guys hear them? Oh my gosh, they're so loud. Yeah. Yeah, I can talk to you more about it, Maria. I think you would like it. I mean, I would recommend it for anyone. It's especially, it's not only the adventure education that specialty, but like curriculum development, assessment, like universal design, or even just the idea of like diversity. And you get, they do like a grad assistantship, so it helps pay for your school, and you teach half. Well, the way that I did it, I'm not sure if things have changed, but like you teach half the day, and then you go to class the other half of the day. So then, and what you're doing for a district is, anyways, you like get paid, and you get some teaching experience. So I could write down 1 year of experience teaching on my resume in addition to getting my master's. So it's like a 1.5 year program.
Yeah, that sounds super interesting. And like La Crosse is much closer to my home than River Falls, but yeah.
Yeah. So you could potentially, yeah. Yeah. Oh my God.
Can we just go over quick the overview on what like this next week will look like, or what to do in this next week?
So Monday, turn in your IEP goals, and by noon, I'll have a document out for us to write your finalized IEP goals into, so that you can create lesson plans for that. We'll potentially, let's go minimum of 3 lessons done by Wednesday. If you can't get all 6 done, we can extend the other 6 to Friday, but one of the 3 should be the lesson that you teach on Wednesday.
Okay.
I'll let you know what space we get for reservation. And then sounds like Friday we have our meeting with yours, and maybe Kelsey, if you could piggyback off of Sam's interview.
Yeah, mine's at 10.
Okay, so maybe we can just go 11 again, or 11:15, whatever it was.
We're doing a potluck on Wednesday.
You guys want a potluck? We can do that. I'll bring. Well, we should.
They're dynamite, by the way. They were so
like
good.
Those? That's a Joanna Gaines recipe. I won't tell you how much butter and sugar is in them.
It was worth it.
Yeah. They're like crack at our house. I'm like, what is going on? How are they all gone? Addicting. Cool. Okay, so just bring a treat to pass. How about that? Okay. And we're meeting at what time did we say we were meeting on Wednesday?
9, I think.
9? Okay.
Yeah.
Can we make our IEP goals more like broad in general, like based off the standards? Because I know Kelsey said that Mr. Glover had us do more broad ones, but like last semester, the examples he showed us and what he accepted were, by this time, the student will be able to do 8 out of 10 of this without assistance as observed by the instructor. So it was very specific.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like it's exactly what he said. It's hard to like do that specific activity for an entire unit or an.
Yeah, I recommend that they're broad.
Okay.
I know that's hard. And I would say my short-term objectives are where my narrower focus is. So we're still good with units. Kelsey, you were doing, I can't remember. What were you thinking?
Basketball.
Basketball, okay.
Or invasion. More invasion.
Oh yeah, invasion. And a big focus for the invasion doesn't necessarily always have to be on the skills, but like the communication that's involved in invasion games, the teamwork that's involved in invasion games, maybe the problem solving are your bigger focuses. When it comes to the transfer of the how it prepares them for physical activity after high school. And then Maria, you were doing net, okay. And Sam,
I was more like target games.
Games, recreational. Yep. You can do any sort of recreational, just working on accuracy and a lot of times with target games, it's like consistency in, think about archery, like it's all about the consistency in your form and your technique.
Sure.
And then intermittent, depending on like the type of invasion games you're having, but like having intermittent targets, like in bocce ball or golf, like you might have to aim for something that's not the direct target. Like in bowling, we have intermittent targets like halfway down the lane. Like I don't aim at the pin, I aim at that little arrow. Yeah, right?
Yeah.
And John, you're still kind of...
Yeah, I'll think of, it'll be outdoor and winter related though.
Okay. So we need our snow stuff on Wednesday. You might, shelter building might be something you tap into Steve with and ask like what that looks like and a sequencing of a couple of, over the course of his unit. That might be something that we could do, not weather dependent. Because you have to have snow. I'm trying to think of what else. I do have a pond across the street from my house. You could teach us how to do and an ice auger. Do a little ice fishing.
Are you serious or are you joking?
I don't know. I would have to think about that. Like we would need, how do we set up a tip up? And I don't know if I have all that equipment. Like one of all those things.
I could get the equipment.
Okay.
This is going to be an all day.
For the ice fishing, just tell me.
No, I don't care.
Okay.
Yeah, I would do that, but we would have to change locations, right?
This is going to be an all day endeavor if we go to 2 different places.
Right. We could have yeah.
I just work at 4. That's the only thing I need to be back for.
I call not in on digging or doing the whole thing though.
Yeah.
We only have a manual one.
I have to take breaks when I'm on green.
There was actually some kids out on our pond like 2 days ago. There might be some holes that are like partially.
It's fine. I'll just assign Sam to do that task.
I'll cook
Great.
the fish. Actually, I won't eat the fish out of that pond. They're gross. There's probably not any in there anyways.
Sam's student has like one good leg. I don't know if that'd be a good assignment for him.
Well, I got a sled. I'll just.
No, Ron's has one bad leg. I have good legs.
Yeah, John does.
Yeah.
I'll just put them in the sled. That's what Steve does. He puts the kids in the sled and then pulls them out there. And
This stretcher thing was fascinating to me.
Mhm.
How is that
He
even
was
possible?
like, he couldn't even, he would like talk about it and he would start sweating. Like he acts all nonchalant about, oh yeah, I did this. Like he sweated about it for days, months. Like you can just tell, like he wants to do things so bad, but then he has this like other bird chirping in his ear. Like he's a total safety freak. I mean, just over the top, like worries about things like safety stuff to the nth degree. So like he wants to do something, but then he's this is, and it's like, okay. He vents to me for a little while, and then I'm like, okay, guys, like just decide, do it or don't do it. and then he's always like super excited when, after the fact. But yeah, he's a pretty cool guy. I think like one of the things you can learn from him too is like he just, and we've heard this multiple times, but like you take your passion and you find a way to bring that into your teaching, and continuously just pushing and tapping into your resources and being patient with it like happening, I think is super important. And then always like he always understood his why behind why you should be doing this, right? Like even at the end he said like, this is the perfect fit. Like I truly understand like why this is of value for everybody involved. So just a lot can be learned from like his dedication and passion to kind of start something new and unique and different. One thing I've been thinking about, I think, how cool would it be to have an adaptive PE class with dogs? Like dog training, like think about throwing and catching, walking with dogs, agility classes with dogs. Like I just think there'd be so many cool things to like, how could you kind of marry with some sort of dog training program and add that into like, because I think people who have dogs are more likely, and there could be stats behind it, like to be physically active and engage in like outdoor play, just because they have a dog. I think that would be a super cool idea to expand on in the physical education adaptive PE world. Another thing that like caught my mind too when we were talking to Chris, when we talk about like PE and adaptive PE is like such a marginalized community, right? Like we already like don't get the PR and the HR, and people don't understand what it is we do. You want to talk about adaptive PE? Like talk about a marginalized community. Like there is just, and you can just hear it from the way that Chris talked, especially. So marginalized, underappreciated, misunderstood. So I think that that's just like something to be aware of. I'm just curious. Like I haven't asked this yet. Like how interested are you guys in the adaptive setting?
Well, before my adapted classes and this one, I had not very like zero interest in it, but like after the classes and now hearing about like the outdoor adapted, I'm more interested.
I think I'd be interested in teaching like a class or two if that was an option, but I don't know if I would want to do it like entirely the whole time.
Yeah.
I love working with those students, but just like from the different resources we've read about, it's a lot. Like those teachers who basically live out of their car for their job, like traveling. Like I don't know if I could handle 5 schools like some other teachers do, but I mean, it's definitely not like something I won't do. If I have the opportunity, I would take it maybe, but it seems very stressful.
I think I'm just like evenly down for adapted health or phy-ed.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's pros and cons to each one of them. Yes, you're traveling, but I think one of the coolest things about an adaptive setting is the one-on-one connections you develop and the relationships that you build with students. And I think rewarding in the way that you see the fruits of your labor, maybe more frequently and more quickly than you do when I'm teaching a class of 35. I'm like, I don't know who I connected to today, right? I don't know what happened. Everybody, I didn't even get a chance to talk to one kid individually. That can be really overwhelming too. And the idea that when you're in an adaptive setting, I think Allison will be interesting to hear from her perspective, because she did travel to all 5 schools in the district, and kind of the pros and cons of that. Sometimes it's kind of nice to just do your own thing and make your own schedule. And, adaptive teachers have that flexibility to say, I'm going to go here, here, and here. And, you're kind of just in charge of yourself. I think that's kind of cool. And the idea that when you go into so many different schools, you meet so many different people and you're exposed to so many different teaching strategies and styles. And it really can be a good opportunity to learn from lots of different people, which I think is kind of cool too. But yeah, the paperwork would not be something that I enjoy. Writing IEP goals and documenting, and that would be not fun for me. Some of the behavior stuff would probably be really challenging for me too. I don't really like to get bit or punched or spit on, so that would be hard. My sister-in-law is a special education teacher, and the stories she has but she laughs. She can tell the story and laugh and smile about it the entire time. Oh my. Came to school, came to Christmas, a big scratch on her face. I'm she has to wear a shield now to protect herself. It's just crazy. So, but that's all I got for you. Unless you guys have anything else. You good? Okay, have a great weekend. Get out in the snow. Kelsey, go build your snowman and take a picture.
I'm going to.
Okay?
Send in a group email.
Yes. I'll take a picture of our 8. We have dog snowman too.
Oh, wow.
Yes, they were very, very into it today. All right.
Again.
All right, so I'll see your IEP goals Monday.
Oop. Can I send you mine after I redo them, today?
Yeah, but I can't promise I'm going to get to them.
Okay.
I'll try though.
I just worry about trying to get 3 to 6 lessons done within Monday and Tuesday. That's all, just for me.
They're not 8-page lesson plans.
No, but
write down the task, write down your learning objectives and any modifications. They're not 8-page lesson plans. They're not EdTPA lesson plans. They're a little bit more elaborated than a block plan. I don't want to read 8-page lesson plans, Maria.
That's fair.
Okay?
Okay.
All right. So I think you'll be fine. It shouldn't take you that long. If you even just put together a block plan and your goals are rather general. Okay. Cool? All right, see ya.
Bye.
Maybe we should make these kids go on a walk. We could take you guys over.
Well, I think, so he had surgery on Thursday, right? No. Yeah, was it Wednesday? I think it was Wednesday. And then, yeah, it was Wednesday. And then they were supposed to come home on Thursday. And then, yeah, like she said, he wasn't recovering as fast as they thought he would. And then he started throwing up. Thursday. He started throwing up. Yeah. So he threw up like 25 times during the day, and then 5 times during the night, and then didn't sleep all night. So I don't know. Yeah, I'm sure. Not good. Yeah, and just kind of unexpected. Like they kind of were under the impression that there was like nothing which I'm sure there always is. Like that there's nothing really to worry about. Like it's not a routine procedure. Like should be. I don't know. Yeah, but I mean, he had to have that. He had to have that thing moved. That one thing. Right. So like to say that we couldn't have done it, or I don't know, like they needed to have it done. It wasn't like it was elective type thing. So it's just probably a really good thing. They were gonna wrap his intestines. Like they were gonna do this other thing where they like wrapped around his like to help make it so they couldn't throw up as much anymore. Where probably like a really good thing they didn't do that. This is how he's responding, So a blockage in his intestine, which makes me think like it probably has to do with like the medicine that he was on to be sedated, right? Like he already has a hard time pooping, and then I don't know. It's funny that he can't pass it now. Yeah. Yeah. I don't even think Allie had leave today. Yeah. Yeah. So I told her to just come over here for food, so we shouldn't have to like worry about anything or clean anything up or. So. Yeah. I haven't talked to her on the phone yet. Just over text. Yeah, so then we're just I think from what I know of them, the way that they kind of like they don't ever communicate what they need, right? Yeah, so like it's not, and she sometimes I don't know just needs something to be a little bit. I mean, I know when she comes, she'll be like on her phone and checking it and like communicating with Ryan the whole time, but she also needs like a place to go because being home, no. So I think like a social environment is good because she would prefer that over sitting at home or and not like there's just to come and like talk about it or anything or we don't. Yeah, exactly. Yes. Yep. Yeah. So I don't know what time she was. Yeah, I'm fine. It's already trashed, so just no judgment on the condition of things. So no, yeah, I. Yeah. 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 I'm sure you could sell a freezer though. Yeah. Cool. All right, we'll see you soon. Okay. Bye.
Stump knocker. Hey, Cam, are you excited for my special noodles tonight? I can make you rotini or fettuccine or linguine or spaghetti or vermicelli. Like ninjas. 2 toilets done. You want to come help me with the last one?
You're surrender. Your name for surrender. Do not go downstairs. Why not just let me down?
Downstairs and left the wrapper in the bathroom. Clean it up. Claire, clean up your wrappers.